City Council meeting of the City of Palo Alto for Monday, December 12th, 2000. Here.
Councilmember Cormack? Here. Councilmember Du Bois?
Here.
Councilmember Filsa?
Here.
Vice Mayor Koo?
Here.
Councilmember Stone?
Here.
And Councilmember Tanaka?
Here.
For the record, everyone's present.
Thank you. And our first order today is a special order of the day. One of our periodic recognitions of community partners that we wish to highlight and make sure that the community is fully aware of and to acknowledge their contributions to the community. So tonight's is Sobrato Philanthropies. And before inviting up Lisa Rosati, Sansini, I'd like to just share that I'd been very familiar with the work they had done and the philanthropy center that they have in Redwood City from different events that some of their nonprofits that they sponsor there have held there. And then this summer, we were invited to visit their new center on West Bay Shore. And I had not been aware of the opening of this center, and I think most of us in the community had not. And it's a new center to serve the nonprofits of Palo Alto and East Palo Alto. And they have, I think, 10 different nonprofits that they house there. And then on top of that, their joint facilities are open to all nonprofits in the community. And I further learned that this is actually as significant as this is. It's the smallest of four really tremendous centers, Redwood City, San Jose, and Milpitas. And interestingly, that this building is the very first building that the Sobrato Corporation had owned. And what was very startling to me was to learn two additional things. One is that out of all the philanthropies and corporations in Silicon Valley, many significantly larger than Sobrato Corp, they are second only to Google in regional giving. And lastly, and I'll ask the Ms. Sansini to explain this even more, but it was explained to me that really now the for-profit corporation it's been inverted, and that it is designed and functioning to serve the philanthropy in essence. And so on that note, Lisa Sansini, please join us and your colleague, and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Burt, City Council members. Good evening. My name is Camille Yanis Fontanilla, and I'm the new Vice President for about a year now with Silicon Valley Programs at Sobrato Philanthropies, also known as the Sobrato Family Foundation. And just wanted to share that our mission at Sobrato Philanthropies is to partner with communities to meet immediate needs, address systemic barriers, and pursue social justice to build a more equitable and sustainable world. We are guided by the business philosophy and the personal values of the Sobrato family, which is 3 generations now engaging in grant making, advocacy, impact investing, and collaborative efforts to impact the local region and around the world. In my role, I oversee some of the work you spoke to, Mayor Burt. I oversee and implement the local grant making, and we operate the 4 centers. Together, we provide over $24 million annually to a portfolio of 200 grantees and steward over 330,000 square feet of office and programmatic space to the nonprofit sector in San Mateo, Santa Clara, and Southern Alameda counties. And since inception 25 years ago, over $36 million has been given to organizations specifically housed here in the city of Palo Alto, as well as another $10 million in East Palo Alto. And this summer, like you mentioned, we opened our newest center off Bayshore Road. I invite everyone to visit this center. It is a stunning location with over 30,000 square feet of office space. It's home to 10 tenants currently, and the organizations focus on issue areas related to housing, youth development, health services, and more. staff is ready to process those inquiries. And our team was thrilled to announce that opening. But here with me tonight is the founder of Sobrato Family Foundation, who envisioned and built this work to what it is today. And it's an honor to work with her every day, Lisa Sobrato Cincini.
Thanks. So one correction, just because we are super proud, we actually gave more than Google. So Sobrato, have to, for the record, make a correction there. But no, Sobrato, I'm very blessed to be part of the Sobrato family and to have seen just the work and the partnerships we've been able to have over the years with everybody. You know, we've had great connection and roots to this community, having all grown up here. And both my parents, actually, ironically, I'm living in the home my mother grew up in right now. So we've been here a very, very long time, and we are very, very committed to give back. And as you're saying, maybe not 100% social mission, but our real estate company has been in business since the 50s. Started really with my grandmother and my grandfather way back when. And really now having a lens to really think about ways we can have more impact with both the business and our philanthropic gifts that we make. So we know that Palo Alto has been a great partner with us. I was with my parents this morning at a memorial. They're now at the home and not able to be here now, but I know my father wanted to mention one thing in particular, that he's looking very much forward to working in partnership with all of you, and that's around a navigation center on San Antonio. So in connection with Life Moves, he's very, 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 well, he's got a lot of passions, but that in particular is a strong passion of his. Looking forward to that partnership, and just really wanted to express our gratitude just for all that you have done, and just know that we will remain very, very committed to this community and the surrounding communities, this whole region. We're not going anywhere. We have been here. We'll continue to do what we've done and just hope to be doing more. So just want to say thanks.
Thank you. And Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you so much, Mayor Byrd. It's a pleasure to have you both here this evening. My classmate Sandy Hertz was part of was part of the what shall I call it, the transition. And so I am sorry I was unable to be there in person in Bay Shore. Having spent a lot of time in the nonprofits, I am grateful for the quiet dedication that your organization has shown to nonprofits. I think of, one I'm particularly involved with, Family Giving Tree, and the way you have supported them for so long with space, which, it seems like it's only gotten more and more precious. So, I also appreciate the fact that your family and your organization is willing to be slightly more public now. And I actually, I've noticed that, and I think that's a real positive because it demonstrates leadership that I know others in this community, perhaps will follow. And we're so excited about the Home Key project and grateful for, extraordinary generosity early on. Pleasure to have you.
Thank you. And that concludes this item. And so our next item is a conference with labor negotiators, which is the city designated representatives to meet to discuss the SEIU, the UMPAPA, PAPOA, PMA, and IAFF, and the Fire Chiefs Association. So do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this closed session item? Seeing none, I'll now entertain a motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
And I will second it. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Cormack? Yes. Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes. Yes, can you hear me?
Not well.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilmember Filson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Koo?
Yes.
Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Mayor Burt?
Yes.
And Councilmember Du Bois?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. We'll now go into closed session. Okay. City Council is returning from closed session and we have no reportable comments or actions, excuse me. And our next item is agenda changes, additions, or deletions. We have no changes, additions, or deletions. So we will now move on to public comments on items that are not otherwise on the agenda. And do we have any speakers who wish to talk? No speakers at this time under public comments. So we will move on to the consent calendar. And do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on the consent calendar? And no one is wishing to speak. Councilmember Cormack.
I'd like to register a no vote on item 2, and then I would be happy to move consent at the same time.
Okay. And I will second consent. Councilmember Tanaka.
No on item 4, 6, and 7.
Okay. So we have a motion to approve the consent with Councilmember Cormack voting no on 2 and Councilmember Tanaka voting no on 4, 6, and 7. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Filsa,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
and Councilmember Du Bois.
Yes.
Excellent. Motion carries unanimously for item 2, carries 7-1 for items 4, 6, and 7, as well as for 5, and unanimously on 5 and 8. I'm sorry, it was 6-1 on item 2.
Okay. And before going on to city manager comments, I just want to note for the public that we're on one of those rare occasions where we're ahead of schedule. And so the first action item, item number 9, will likely commence within just a few minutes in case people are listening. Mr. Shikata. Oh, I'm sorry. I misspoke. We now allow council members to speak to their no votes. Councilmember Cormack, did you wish to speak? No. Councilmember Tanaka.
Sure. So on number 4, so right now, if you look at our trash rates, so Palo Alto for a 32-gallon container is $50 a month. And you look at our neighboring city, Mountain View, it's $39 a month. And what number 4 is doing is increasing our cost by another $500,000, right? So $500,000. And we already have very high rates compared to our neighbors. So to add additional cost to this doesn't make sense. And so that's why I cannot support number 4. On number 6, land in Palo Alto is very precious, very expensive. And I think we owe it to our constituents that we use the land in the most useful, efficient manner possible. And I don't believe that the use that's planned for number 6 is doing that. I think perhaps earning market rents from it, kind of like what Mountain View does with their property, or perhaps even like a youth center. But I think finding a better utility for this land would have been very important. On number 7, I definitely appreciate the director's work, but as I said many times before, I think the city is very top heavy. I believe that we have too many people at the top, too much administration, and not enough workers. Rather than filling the slot, I'd rather see the budget be used for, perhaps more services that we could provide to our constituents. Maybe more people in the utilities area to answer people's questions or something like that. But to staff additional people in the city manager's office, I think is not appropriate, especially for a city our size. And if you compare our city manager's office compared to other cities' city manager's office, it's a very, very top heavy structure. And I can't support that. Thank you.
Okay. And on that note, we'll move on to city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Actually, before I get to our slides, I would like to first off thank City Council for your approval on item number 7 on your consent calendar. Very pleased to reduce some of our toner by removing the term interim off of Ms. Noze's title. So with that, let me ask Ms. Noze to address the council.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Burt and City Council members. First, thank you. Thank you to the Mayor and Council for your support tonight. I look forward to the work ahead in this new role. I appreciate the opportunity to continue my professional career here with the City of Palo Alto and look forward to continuing my work with City Manager Shikata, the talented leadership team, and dedicated city employees across this organization. My time with the city has continued to be dynamic, ever challenging, and thus rewarding, frankly. I've had the opportunity to further key projects through evolving economic shifts and priorities, including things such as managing administrative services teams through tragedies, frankly, significant team transitions, critical policy work such as pension reform, and leading the organization through one of the biggest, if not the biggest, financial crises that we've seen in modern history for this organization. And ultimately, with the recent passage of Measure K and L. Those ballot measures are a true testament to a team effort with the City Council, residents and businesses, staff, and our expert consultants. And ultimately, these measures will help to ensure that we can continue to deliver cherished services and critical community initiatives underway. Personally, I'm excited and energized to be part of a really strong leadership team. In my opinion, they're a very thoughtful, supportive, and engaged team. I'm committed to serve as a collaborative and strategic partner to the team and their departments as we work to tackle major priorities of the community and deliver exceptional city services every day. I look forward to getting more involved, working with the community stakeholders and regional partners and agencies in core business areas such as utilities. Without the team of amazing professional staff and their unwavering support, as well as countless mentors along the way who have continually shared their wisdom and experiences with me, I would not be before you this evening. So I would like to thank also personally Ed for his continued mentorship, patience, given the interim for the last however long, and ultimately believing in me yet again. So thank you again. I look forward to the work ahead.
Thank you very much, Assistant City Manager Nozek. With that, let's come back to the update for the evening. Got a few slides to share some information of note. Next slide, please. All right, first off, our update related to the pandemic. This week, notably, FDA has amended availability of vaccination for both Moderna and Pfizer, bivalent vaccines for children as young as 6 months of age. This is a notable expansion in the availability of vaccines. Beyond that, just a reiteration of information we shared last week, actually over the last couple of weeks, with respect to the high incidence of COVID virus in wastewater streams here locally in the Palo Alto area, as well as throughout Santa Clara County. So certainly time for us to pay particular attention to our practices to reduce the spread. Next slide, please. Notable with the storms over this past weekend, staff did respond to a handful of issues around town. And as I shared with our staff this morning, I actually believe that the real story is that there were only a handful of responses over the weekend. And that really is a strong testament to the preparation work done, in particular by our public works staff in storm preparation that really occurs over the course of the entire year, cleaning inlets, providing sandbags as needed, as well as ongoing maintenance of the infrastructure around town. Really, once again, a testament to their work that actually noting the one photo in the upper left here, I believe those are leaves. And as we all know, over the last several weeks, this has been the time of lots of leaves around town. And so as a part of the ongoing cleanup and keeping these leaves out of our storm drains as needed in order to avoid flooding situations. Certainly some of that occurs, as is always the case when you have the intensity of rain that we had over the weekend. But thankfully able to clear that quickly given their ongoing work. Next slide, please. Also, now that was some good news here, some challenging news, perhaps recognizing reality of market forces really worldwide. Expectation that we will be seeing and are seeing high natural gas prices this winter. As such, we are doing particular outreach. Our utilities department is in preparing residents and businesses for that, including some tips on our website, cityofpaloalto.org/efficiency tips for a number of suggestions in ways that residents and businesses can reduce their use of natural gas throughout this winter. Next slide, please. And apparently December is survey month, or at least in Palo Alto survey month. And while recognizing that there can be always a concern about survey fatigue, this is an important opportunity for us to get some feedback from community members. The National Community Survey, which is now done annually, thanks to the direction of the council and making this a priority, has been ongoing actually for several weeks and is now open for any members of the community to respond to give us feedback on conditions throughout the community. In addition, in preparation for your January 28th retreat and priority setting session, there is a survey and opportunity for residents and other community members to provide input to those priorities. Third, we have ongoing input related to car-free streets, both on California Avenue as well as Ramona Street, gaining community feedback on likes, dislikes, and ideas related to those areas where cars are not allowed on streets here in Palo Alto. And then finally, actually a mandated survey, but one that again is very important related to natural gas safety awareness that is done in compliance with federal regulations, but is an opportunity to remind everyone who is near pipelines to keep an eye out and know what to look for in the environment. Next slide, please. And then specifically related to or at California Avenue, did want to flag this coming weekend, a special event that's happening in the afternoon from 1 to 3 p.m., holiday craft workshop being put on by our community services department again in the afternoon, but also an opportunity for community members to participate in holiday activities. Also note in the photograph on the lower right here, that we have our art program working both with local artists and the Teen Arts Council to decorate vacant storefronts on California Avenue. So thank you to their work and ongoing support through the community. Next slide, please. And then finally, just noting that this is your second to the last council meeting for this calendar year. Next week, we have fiber to the premises, as well as your council procedures and protocols on your action agenda, a number of items on your consent agenda, as you saw this evening. Then your next meeting will be on January 9th for your reorganization. Then with the holiday the following week, back on the 23rd and the 28th. Again, that's a Saturday on the 28th with a number of items upcoming. With that, that concludes my comments. Back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And just for members of the public, we are running ahead of schedule. We have already approved the consent calendar and heard from, or had our public comment period for items that were not agendized. So on that note, we can now move on to our action items. And our first is item number 9, which is approval of an amendment to a contract with Blue Rhino Studios in the amount of $234,000 for design and fabrication of additional dinosaur sculptures and exhibits for the Palo Alto Junior Museum and Zoo for a total not to exceed $449,000, exempt from CEQA. And Director O'Kane, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Burt, and good evening, council members. I'm Kristen O'Kane with the Community Services Department. I do not have a formal presentation tonight for this item, but I will just summarize some key points for you. So,
Oops, 1 second.
sure.
Folks, can you take that out to the lobby? Thank you.
Thank you. So there were several exhibits that were included in the Junior Museum and Zoo planning effort, and all those exhibits have been completed with the exception of the dinosaur garden. That's the subject of this action item tonight. The JMZ capital improvement projects include funding for exhibits at the museum, both indoors and outdoors. Over half of the exhibition cost is funded by outside contributors. The Friends of the JMZ contributed $300,000 from local donors in the community, and we also received a federal grant of $250,000. I wanted to point out as well, because I believe there were comments on this on the timing. Delayed as part of the planning effort. And the reason for that is it's very common industry-wide in museums for museums to experience a decline in visitation at around 2 years. So there was an intent to delay a new big exhibit 2 years after the opening to sort of increase or to bring back that excitement of the facility. So that was the intention of delaying it at this time. It also, in this case, for the JMZ, provides additional space. So right now, that's really an underutilized space outside of the JMZ in the courtyard. And this will add some exhibits, but it will also include a hands-on experience, a fossil dig for kids. So it'll allow people to distribute a little bit more evenly throughout the facility. And then I just wanted to point out that this is a second phase of the dinosaur exhibit. It is a contract amendment. There was, again, a reason for that. And that is the first items had a long lead time. While those were being fabricated, staff consulted with accessibility coordinators, scientific advisors, as well as JMZ visitors to really understand what they were looking for in this exhibit. So it was, while the larger items were being fabricated, they engaged in different stakeholders to make sure we were getting it right. So that's all I have for my summary tonight.
Thank you. And so before going to the council, can we see if there are any members of the public who wish to speak? Okay. We have one speaker so far, Aram James. Welcome. Go right ahead.
You know, Mr. Mayor, I apologize, and I know what the rules are, and that is that, you know, I missed oral communication because I looked at the 6:30 rule. Am I being listened to? Because I see the 3 minutes is just.
Are you speaking to item number 9, and only if you're speaking to item 9 are you permitted to speak at this time?
I was just going to ask the permission of the mayor to let me speak for briefly. I missed oral communication because
I'm sorry. We have to have one set of rules that applies to everyone.
Okay.
Okay. Our next speaker is Julia Zeitlin. Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, Julia Zeitlin also put her hand down, so I anticipate she thought it was also public comment.
Okay, thank you. All right, so then we'll return to the council. And Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll say when I was elected to council, I never would have envisioned I'd be making decisions on dinosaurs, but kind of as a fan of Jurassic Park, I'm not too disappointed as long as they don't come alive and start eating the museum attendees. One question. So to be clear, and you kind of addressed it there. So the additional request of $234,758, that's not because the original cost of the refurbishing the 3 large dinosaurs it increased. It's more to incorporate the design and fabrication of other elements.
That is correct.
Okay, great. So that's good to know. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, for me, at the end of the day, I mean, the decision, is it really, as much as I'd like it to be about dinosaurs, it's not about dinosaurs. I think it's really about the city honoring its commitments. I think the staff report really laid out that argument well. I mean, we have a commitment through our contractual obligation in the facilities agreement to fund the new exhibits, a commitment to comply with the federal grant that council accepted in 2020 to construct the exhibit. We have an obligation to the Friends of the JMZ for their generous donations. So I'm concerned, kind of beyond this, what kind of precedent this sets, and what does this show to the city's future efforts to be able to form more public-private partnerships if we can't honor these commitments. We've talked about that a lot over the last year or two. As well with this effort to create a city gym. We're really going to need to rely on more public-private partnerships and that type of fundraising. So I think if we're not able to do this reflects badly on the city, and I think frustrates our abilities to be able to do that. So I'm happy to support this today. I think it's a great exhibit looking through the design and trying to dig for some fossils. It looks like a very cool thing. And I have heard that attendance has been dipping a little at the museum. Seems like a great way to be able to, if that's true. Okay, you're nodding your head. So it seems like a great way to kind of get people out there. And I think too, just looking at this, I'm not aware of any kind of similar exhibit anywhere in the region, maybe outside of some things that San Francisco or maybe some in San Jose. This seems really unique along the peninsula. Another great opportunity to attract out-of-town visitors and have them come explore the museum and then shop at local businesses and eat at local restaurants. So I think it's a win-win. It's not that large of a funding, and as we already said, we've already committed to this. So don't see why we wouldn't continue with that tonight. So thank you.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. I'd like to move the staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay. Would you like to speak to your motion?
No, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Stone, did you want to speak?
No, I just spoke to it. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, quick question. The exhibit has how many dinosaurs? If we approve this, how many dinosaurs?
So John Aiken behind me is telling me 8 total.
8 total?
Mm-hmm.
And was the original plan 8 and the original budget 8?
John, could you come up to the podium and answer that, please? Thank you.
Council members, Mayor John Aiken, Senior Manager for Museum and Zoo. Originally, the design considered a number of even more dinosaurs, but we over time, both with public feedback through our evaluation process and budgetary concerns as we developed the exhibit, we settled in on 8, and it's been 8 for some time.
I thought the original plan was 3.
I know there were 3 original large dinosaurs that we knew they had long lead times for fabrication. And so we got those under fabrication early on as we developed the rest of the exhibit. We always knew there would be more exhibitry, including interactive exhibits for kids.
And so when did we make the decision to go from 3 to 8?
Oh, some time ago. Tina would be able to answer that better than I would, but I'd say probably a year and a half ago.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Koo, Vice Mayor Koo.
So I get it. I mean, Councilmember Stone and Cormack, basically, I get it that we need to fulfill an agreement with the Friends of the JMZ. And I appreciate that and no intention not to fill it. But I think that there is also concern that, we're using funding and, it seems like now we're doing this exhibit in order for, how museums or how you can drum up more attendance. So my concern is, what is the next exhibit that we're going to have to do in order to do something like this, in order to get attendance? The concern is also that we've really not seen, the fairs come up. I haven't seen an operational plan. I don't understand, who is in charge of the zoo. I don't know if there is a zookeeper or what is the engagement going to be like, who is out there soliciting for more attendance to this museum. So just by saying that we're going to get an exhibit, I do have concerns, without knowing some more of the details. I'm not saying that I'm not going to approve this tonight, but I do want to voice my concern that there seems to be always an ask for more money to be dropped into the JMZ. And I do think that we need to start being a little bit more, have more oversight about all the money that is going in there. I do have to say that when the JMZ first came up and wanted to expand the area and it was taking away parkland, I was extremely not happy with that. And then more of the money that is going into the new facilities. So I would like to see a plan. If not, maybe even an audit, so that we can at least understand where is it that we can work better and do better at this museum. It's an asset to the city and a benefit, but pouring in more money the way that we are, it's not something that is.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I have to share the Vice Mayor's concern. Originally, when this came up a few weeks ago, I was going to accept it on consent. But when I heard about the financial concerns, I became concerned. And so I do think it's reasonable for us to understand what is the plan to make this sustainable economically. And is it going to be every 2 years we have to build, a pretty grand exhibit, or is it better marketing? Is it higher prices? Or maybe it's lower prices. I'm not sure. But I think we have to understand the business plan. We have to understand, how does this become viable? And the thing with that also is not clear to me. And by the way, my kids went to GMZ, so they loved it. They was like a great thing. But I'm just trying to think of, so we're going to double the number of dinosaurs. Is that really going to bring a lot more traffic? I don't know. I mean, I think my kids certainly don't go to GMZ now, because I think this is something which is it's a little bit not like Disneyland where you keep going there, right? You kind of go there at a certain age and then you're kind of off doing other things. So I don't know if I really buy the argument that more dinos are needed in order to make this more attractive, because it's not. It's kind of like it's for a certain age range of kids, and then the kids move on. So I don't know if staff could talk about and address some of the questions that the Vice Mayor brought up, but I would like to hear about how does this become viable? How do we make this a sustainable organization within the city? Because I for one want this to be successful. I just wasn't sure this is the right thing, because maybe the money should be used for something else. Maybe it's better market programs, or maybe it's having more events there. I don't know what it is, but it seemed like a very weak argument to say having more dinos is going to bring more traffic and it's going to make the thing viable. It just doesn't seem, in my mind, to hold water. So can staff talk a little bit about this?
Sure. Thank you, council members. Just a couple of things I'd like to respond to. The first is this money was already budgeted in the capital improvement project for the JMZ. There's specific exhibitions item in the CIP. So we are amending the contract. We're not necessarily drawing from another source of funding that would have gone to something else. if that makes sense. This was earmarked for exhibitions at the JMZ. And the second, in the staff report, it includes a plan to do an operating model and business plan for the JMZ coming up. We're already starting to put a scope of work together for that. So that is underway, and we're hoping to kick that off in the new year, probably January.
Because for me, I would almost say, I mean, I realize that this isn't the plan, but you guys have a unique opportunity where, like if you guys did this analysis and say, oh, well, actually, yeah, the dinos are the best and highest and the most efficient use of money. Okay, great. But maybe you would find it something else. Maybe it's better signage on Middlefield, or maybe it's, more, set up more programs with schools. I don't know what it is, right? But I think I'm having a hard time rationalizing how does double the dinos increase traffic? I just don't see it. Like how does that happen? I don't know, staff, if you guys have thought about that.
Well, I just want to make sure that tonight we're focused on this item, while we may want to have a clear understanding on when we'll see this operation.
Well, that's the question. So how does the dinos increase traffic? How do we know that?
How what?
How does doubling the dinos increase traffic?
How do they attract?
How does it increase traffic?
I can take a
Go right
stab at that. There are a number of things that cause people to choose to come to the Junior Museum and Zoo, which is now a ticketed venue, and so is in competition with lots of other available venues in the Bay Area. And those choices are usually based on whether or not they trust the institution, whether or not they they value what the institution offers, whether it's animals or it's dinosaurs, and then whether or not the experience that they've had is worth repeating. Things for kids at that age. And so they were, I think, really striking on something that the public wants. When we surveyed the public and we did evaluations of the design so far, the input that we've gotten back is phenomenal. People do want to come. They do want to see this exhibit. And then one of our challenges is that we have limited capacity. And so having a rich experience for that limited capacity so that people are willing to do what it takes to be able to come, whether it's buy a ticket ahead of time or get in line, that it's worth the experience. So all of those things lead to consistent attendance and high attendance over time.
Okay. Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah. So, I agree. The museum is fantastic. I don't think this is really about criticizing the exhibits. And while I wasn't one of the people that pulled this from consent, I think the timing on consent right before a public vote on new taxes, wasn't great. And I just want to share the Finance Committee did review the museum's fiscal performance. And there's a desire to see, I think, stricter budget management and steps to resolve kind of our revenue challenges. So again, we talked about at Finance, there's a maximum capacity of the museum of 500, but we've still been practicing social distancing, not letting people in or making them wait in line while we let annual members reserve time slots. And then we've had people not showing up without penalty. And it seemed to be really kind of impacting our revenue. Seems like this was the biggest issue, is canceled reservations. And the Finance Committee suggested that we maybe look at a fee for a missed reservation, and perhaps limiting the ability to make reservations if you continue to cancel. But I think overall, what you're hearing from some council members tonight is really this concern about the budget and the plan and not maximizing attendance, and a need to get accurate budget information around the operation so we know how long we're going to subsidize the museum. And as Kristen mentioned, they're going to come back with updated information. I think we need updated attendance data, recommendations on improved ticketing and reservation system, and then a look at the ticket prices, perhaps. So again, I didn't pull the item from consent. I had some serious concerns. I think we're proceeding with our original expense plan without regard to falling behind on our revenue plan. And I think that's really kind of the fundamental issue. And so passing this on consent, at the same time, we were asking taxpayers to provide more funding without having this public discussion. I think that raised concerns. So I want to thank staff for putting this on as an action item tonight. Again, I hope staff is hearing some of these concerns, and that, you know, when we go into next year, we can really start to look at kind of an updated business plan for the museum. So I will support the motion tonight, but, you know, I think some of those that pulled the item from consent, you know, it's worth saying why you did that. And, you know, that's kind of my impression and my feeling about where we are in the museum. So thanks.
Okay, thank you. So before offering my comments, I did have a technical question. In the staff report, we had it referred to Exhibit D of the facilities agreement, which wasn't in the printed portion. But the Friends did a contribution of 1.573 million. And the city, in lieu of that, is spending 1.688 million for exhibits. This one is 980,000. Or is that 1.688 million include other exhibits that have already been done? That wasn't clear in the staff report. Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, good. And then I will just concur with Councilmember Du Bois's comments that I think that there is a real concern that we are not currently on a path toward a sustainable budget for the Junior Museum and Zoo. I do think that part of that operation of some of the real exceptional community assets that we have. Amongst them are the Junior Museum and Zoo, but also the Winter Lodge, the Children's Theater, the Magical Bridge Playground, and our open spaces and others. And I continue to believe that in our sub-region and even in our community, those really exceptional community benefits and resources are not well enough known. And we need to get more innovative on how we get the word out if we're looking for revenue, especially for this institution that is outside of Palo Alto. But I think it's part of a package there. And then I want to thank the Finance Committee for delving in or beginning the process of delving into these issues. The operations plan that would be commenced soon after the start of the year, would it be ready to have be in some way folded into the budget discussions in May?
I think that would be the ideal scenario. We're looking into possible partnerships with some universities that, you know, do some nonprofit consulting. So as soon as we get someone on board to assist us, I think we can go through it fairly quickly. It's getting that right group or person on board to assist us. So ideally, that would be the goal, and we'll do our best to get there.
Okay, thank you. And I see no more lights, so would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Filsa,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Oh, Councilmember Tanaka, did you say yes or no?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And if you would either pull your mic forward or speak more clearly, we just are regularly having a real challenge understanding you. Okay. On that note, we can go on to item number 10, which is adoption of amendments to Palo Alto Municipal Code regarding accessory and junior accessory dwelling units due to state law changes and direction from the California Department of Housing and Community Development. Director Late, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council. We have Garrett Sauls, our planner on this item. Garrett, take it away.
Good evening, council members. Let me go ahead and start my presentation. All right. Okay. So the item before the council today is some updates to the city's ADU ordinance related to some state law changes that have been adopted by the governor under SB 897 and AB 2221. There are additional policies that staff has brought to the PTC over the last couple of years, actually, to discuss some local changes to the ordinance that will be discussed at a later time next year. But staff wanted to follow up with the City Council related to this topic item in particular, HCD letter that staff had received back in December of last year. So staff, as included as attachment B, staff had received this letter from HCD last year on December 23rd, which had outlined 12 items in the city's code that HCD felt was conflicting with state law. Staff had met with HCD staff on February 3rd and provided a written response back to them the following day, which is attachment C to the staff report, outlining a number of items that staff would be able to make corrections for, as well as a number of items that staff wanted additional clarification on. The items that are not included in the draft ordinances included in the staff report today are noted in particular in the staff report under the discussion chapter for this section. And those items, the city still has not received any additional feedback from HCD on. So staff is waiting to hear back from HCD on the items that could relate to more significant changes related to things like daylight plane or other regulatory restrictions the city believes. In the event that HCD does provide a response, staff will be able to return back to council to discuss those changes that are necessary. So as I noted before, city staff had met with the PTC on July 13th, August 10th, and September 28th to discuss local regulation changes to the city's local regulations for ADUs to incentivize additional housing. And then also on the September 28th item to discuss these new state law changes. There are also additional clerical corrections in the draft ordinance to adjust other sections of the municipal code that are mostly just trying to adjust that language to reflect what is the current regulatory framework for accessory dwelling units. So the primary changes that I mentioned before from the state, the first one comes from SB 897, which looks to provide for additional height, 18 feet for detached ADU, for new construction detached ADU on a lot with an existing or proposed single or multifamily dwelling unit. In addition to the additional height, the state provided for a 1/2 mile walking distance from a major transit stop or high quality transit corridor as the threshold, the initial threshold to determining how a property would be able to achieve this 18-foot height provision. Additionally, they would provide 2 additional feet in height to accommodate a roof pitch that would align with the primary dwelling unit for those ADUs. Second was to allow for an 18-foot tall ADU on 18-foot tall detached ADU on a parcel with an existing or proposed multifamily multi-story dwelling. The importance here is that the differentiation is that for a multifamily multi-story dwelling property, you are allowed to build an 18-foot detached ADU, kind of regardless of the location of where you are, but it does require that there be a multi-story dwelling. So in the instance that we may find a single-story multifamily dwelling, that technically would not be allowed to get an 18-foot tall ADU. The last important change to SB 897 was that's as a result of SB 897 was to allow for a 25-foot tall attached ADU to the primary home, or an ADU that meets the underlying zone district height in the event that it is lower than 25 feet. It also provided a provision for cities to not allow for these ADUs to exceed 2 stories in height. One important criteria, as I mentioned before, is this conversation of a half-mile radius or half-mile walking distance from a major transit stop or a high-quality transit corridor. And in particular, what you see on the screen is a technical definition of how that's determined. But in Palo Alto, what that specifically means is all of the Caltrain stations, California Avenue, University, and at the south edge of the city, San Antonio, kind of at the buffer point between Mountain View and Palo Alto. And then El Camino Real in particular. This is the only high quality transit corridor where there are 15-minute peak commute hour timeframes for public transit. And included in the staff report is a map which graphically represents this half-mile buffer distance from these areas. The green highlighted area represents the areas where these new ADU regulations would be able to be taken into effect by right, basically. So this is from the University downtown station and El Camino. This looks down towards California Avenue, and where these new laws could have an impact on where residential development is existing today. And then down here towards the San Antonio station as well. With AB 2221, some of the clarifications that were provided in here were mostly just to allow for ADUs that ADUs may be attached to or located within a detached garage for the primary dwelling. This is something that the city currently applies in its regulations. So this wasn't a significant change to what our current policies are. I had also identified that if a permitting agency denies an application for an ADU or JDU, the agency must return a full set of comments to the applicant identifying what's defective, deficient, how they could be remedied. Again, the city already provides this as a kind of a normal operating function. Whenever we receive an application, we provide those comments to applicants to identify how they can remedy any sort of corrections or issues in order for the city to approve those projects. And lastly, the more significant areas where there's a preclusion of at least an 800 square foot ADU with a 4-foot side or rear setback and 16 feet in height. And staff's understanding of this, the way that this language is written and worded in the state code, is that it's kind of a last instance of where you run into maybe a very narrow lot or a uniquely shaped lot that doesn't provide for opportunities for an ADU at the rear of the property, that there is a mechanism now at the state level for an individual to still build an ADU that is, as shown here, at least 800 square feet and 16 feet in height. Staff's recommendation at this point is to approve the draft ordinance, which includes the new state law provisions that are included in the supplemental info attachment that is included to the staff report that was provided to, I believe, council members a couple of days ago or last week. So the draft ordinance that's included with that attachment would be what staff is looking to adopt.
Okay, that concludes your presentation, I take it?
Correct.
Okay, all right. So Director Late, if we don't have anything else, we can go to members of the public and then return to the council. And so if members of the public would like to speak on this item, please submit your name. And we have no speakers signed up, so we'll return to the council.
Yes, sir, we do have one.
Oh, we do. Okay. Three minutes. 3 minutes. Yeah. So our first speaker is John Kelly. Welcome. John Kelly, you should be up ready to, available to speak now? Okay, then we'll come back to the council. Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, a couple of quick questions. So I saw a little bit of a discussion about a JADU without a bathroom. And it said that if it didn't have a separate bathroom, then it had to have a separate entrance and a connection to the house. That sounds like an extra room added to a house. I mean, what else qualifies it as a JADU?
Yeah, so a junior ADU, kind of the minimum requirements is that we have a kitchen requirement within that space. Those kitchens are required to have, I believe, a minimum one burner installed, top burner or an installed range or oven. In addition to, a cleaning facility, or sorry, a bathroom, right? A full bathroom. And that is, JDUs are a little bit different in that they can kind of share space with the primary home. And in particular, what they can share with the primary home is a bathroom, right? So if someone wanted to, for example, convert a garage to a junior ADU and maintain a doorway between these two units, on the one hand, state law and city code already provides for that allowance that they can have a connection point between these units. But also it kind of has the minimum standards of kitchen facilities and bathroom facilities in order for it to be considered as a unit. For JDUs also, there's a deed restriction that is required to be recorded against the property for owner occupancy. So they are a little bit more. Go ahead.
I thought we had to remove the owner occupancy piece in the past. But this is saying that you don't have to have a bathroom, right?
No, these changes wouldn't be trying to enact anything like that. In a future ordinance for local changes that we're looking to talk to the council with in the next year, we are going to try to incorporate some clarification as to where or how that bathroom appears within these units, either closer, creating some kind of proximal distance, or placement on the same floor level of where that, if there's a shared bathroom facility, where it would occur. In many of the applications that we've received, it primary home to satisfy the requirement for the junior ADU. They've mostly just been incorporating a shared doorway between those units.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it just seems, pretty impractical to have a separate unit without a bathroom. The other question, the San Antonio Station half mile, how does that interact with the Greenwood, Green Meadow Historic District? In particular, that's a historic Eichler district, and, is the additional height allowed, or are there historic considerations?
So for the detached ADUs, there is no consideration there. It is state law that you basically can have an 18-foot tall structure, right? Potentially in some of those areas. For attached ADUs, it does have that limiting factor. So that's where I was highlighting before, that some of the new changes at the state level say you can build an attached ADU that's 25 feet tall or lower based on kind of the underlying conditions for the property. So in single story overlay districts, for example, right, where we have a height limitation of 17 feet, that height limitation for an attached ADU is what would apply rather than the 25-foot tall limit, height limitation the state provides, or even for a substandard lot, right, that we also have that similar height limitation for. That would also have that reduction in terms of an attached ADU's ability to have greater than 17 feet in height.
But a detached could go to 25.
If it's detached, it would be 18. It would be either 16 or 18. So if it's outside of that kind of green buffer distance that you see on the attachment, that actually still maintains a 16-foot height limit for detached ADUs. But anything that's closer within that half-mile distance, it is allowed to be increased up to 18 feet, potentially 20 feet if it shares a roof line or similar roof line structure as the main house.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification. So just wanted to say I appreciate staff's approach here, that we kind of pass the clarified areas now and hold off on some of the other items until we get further clarification. And so I'm supportive of the motion tonight, proposed motion. Thanks.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to staff for bringing this forward. I agree with Councilmember Du Bois. Appreciate the approach, and I think this is just the future for city planning. Just constantly coming back and revising these ordinances because of just ongoing state mandates. So just a couple questions, and it's a follow up from that kind of last exchange. So I get the state's logic on increasing the height of ADUs to 18 feet on lots with existing multi-story housing. I mean, it makes sense to make the height consistent with surrounding buildings. But what's the logic or nexus between an ADU being within a half mile of a major transit stop and having a height of 18 feet, even if that is on the lot with a single story building?
Yeah, I think probably the simplest way to try to understand it is that in theory, properties within a half mile distance of high quality transit, a corridor or a transit stop, in theory is going to be more dense, right? Or at least as from a planning theory perspective, there would be higher density within those areas, right? Or at least higher built structures, because it tries to capitalize and utilize that infrastructure to incentivize different modes of transit. But that's, mostly just kind of what we've been able to glean from looking into this.
Okay. Yeah, I think generous of you to make that connection. And yeah, I could understand it if it was saying if in the future the existing unit gets demolished and a 2-story goes up, then the ADU can't be below 18 feet. That makes sense. I mean, I think it's more emblematic of the state's approach to kind of housing, which is basically just toss everything at the wall, see what sticks, and no real semblance of any actual plan here. But here we are, and so we have to make do. So fine. One other question then. So the governor signed 3 ADU related laws this year. Again, imagine we're going to see far more in the future. Are we aware if the state has considered any bills that would actually encourage ADUs be used for actual housing purposes rather than?
No, I don't think we've seen anything in terms of, monitoring or required monitoring of those uses of the space, right? I think what staff is looking to, get some ideas around in the future is to be able to maybe send out a survey to kind of similarly get a general sense of how these units are used. There was a study by the Turner Center, which was included as a reference in some of the staff reports from the PTC meetings, that there was kind of this split of how units are being used, either for rental income, primarily, it was primarily broken down between rental income, personal uses, and family use, right? So renting it to friends or utilizing it for, individuals who need, intense care, or family members, right? I think that's probably the most amount of information and data we have to understand the use of these spaces. But unfortunately, even that survey was sent out, I think, to 50,000 people in the state of California, and I think less than 1,000 technically responded. So sample sizes could have been great, but it's hard to really get a perfect example of how that's really going to be used. But
yeah, and I don't know, maybe I misunderstood you if there was discussion about having a survey here in Palo Alto.
Yeah, Garrett, I'll jump in. So we don't have a survey now, but we do envision that there will likely be some future requirements either by the state or locally. We might want to do our own surveying to understand sort of the tenure of occupancy of the ADUs and to really get a sense for how they're being used. Even if we find out that they're all being used as home offices or gyms, it still doesn't negate the fact that the state is setting forth that mandate for these types of uses. But I also know, or ADUs, But I also know the council is going to have a discussion here this evening about short-term rentals too. So there's obviously a relationship there.
Yeah, and absolutely. It's all connected. It's going to be relevant to the rental registry. And so I'd be very supportive of getting that data. And it constantly kind of blows my mind that the state is not reaching for these more low-lying fruit that can actually make a positive impact on people's lives. Any type of requirement or just, I mean, just something that's going to encourage or require these units be used for housing. It's amazing they just kind of dig their head in the sand and just hope that's the case when we know it's not the case in every example, in every case. And so it would be really nice to have that data. So maybe one thing too, when this comes back to not this particular issue, but when the issue of lobbying comes back before like policy and services and this council in the spring, maybe when we go to Sacramento next year and do our lobbying trip as has been discussed, to maybe look into this more and see what type of policies are out there that the city can push to really advocate for this housing being for ADUs being used for housing purposes primarily. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Koo.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and working the new laws into our current law. I wanted to find out with regards to the setback, the front setback and building on that, is that limited to the high quality transit area or is it in anywhere?
It would be anywhere. So the way that it's organized in state laws, it's kind of left within this catch-all section, right? If to say basically, if for whatever reason you find yourself unable to do an 800 square foot ADU at a 4-foot setback at 16 feet in height, there are these encumbrances that the city cannot apply, right, for those types of units. One of these things that they added in now is, like I said before, front setbacks, which was not more clearly or explicitly outlined in the state law before. So that appears to be intentional in their approach to say, they've gotten a lot of feedback. And as you note, even in, the city's response to HCD, they've gotten a lot of feedback from jurisdictions saying, your state law doesn't say we can't apply front setbacks. And perhaps, again, maybe generously thinking of it, this is their approach to try to say, we want to make units happen. Here is kind of the carve out we're trying to provide for homeowners to do this.
Thank you, Mr. Saul. I think one of the things that I think about this lack of planning and knowing local jurisdictions and the community characteristics, when in planning, I would think that setbacks also help to ensure that we may have in the future, it's used for perhaps bicycle front setbacks, it's been encroached upon and taken away from local jurisdictions. It really tightens how much space we have for public improvements. So that's a huge concern. As it is, some of the side setbacks, which are at 4 feet now, if there was something to be built, such as an ADU or a JADU, that would even have an impact on our garbage bins that is going to be in the side. Then I wanted to also ask about, they talk about the high transit areas where you can go up to 18 feet or even 25, correct, Mr. Saul?
Correct.
Okay, so what happens if the transit is no longer high transit? I mean, what are our, I mean, we've already built the ADU or JADU or expanded. So the transit now is gone. And the whole point of having an ADU or this denser units is so that they can use this transit when it's no longer there. Then what happens? Do we get to penalize the state?
I can't speak to that last little point there. I appreciate it though. But in terms of how we would look at it, we would think of it as a non-conforming condition for the site. And in the event that someone comes in and wants to redevelop it entirely, we would evaluate on whether or not that non-conforming condition can be replaced. So you could even imagine in the future, the state might say, yeah, maybe high quality transit corridors disappear for whatever reason in a jurisdiction. Whatever was approved or built by this date, can no longer be kind of diminished or reduced. You can envision that they might say something like that as well in the future.
Oh, thank you. I like that. Thank you, Mr. Saul. And obviously, because of SB 330, we would have to not lose any housing.
Correct. Yeah. In terms of how that looks, yeah. So long as we keep, 1 or 2 or 3 units on a property that are out there today, it could be different tomorrow, or in 10 years from now. But if we keep the number the same, it's usually not an issue.
How do you measure that it is a high quality transit corridor? What helps us determine that data?
So it's from 15-minute intervals of transit where you have 15-minute transit. Sorry, thinking of the wrong terms here. 50-minute intervals of bus, or other sort of rapid transit movement within a space, headways.
It's that statement that you brought up, right?
Correct. I can bring that back.
A high quality transit corridor means a corridor with fixed route bus service with service intervals no longer than 15 minutes during peak commute hours. Can I ask Madam Clerk to bring up my slide? Thank you. So on this slide, a resident helped me research this. And as you can see, peak commute hours, it's at 16 to 18 minutes intervals. Sorry if I jumbled up all of those terms. So, I think that it is prudent for us to actually have a study or analysis of what is actually, what we're actually receiving in our area and how are we really falling within that definition of high quality transit corridor.
Yeah. So thank you, Carol. I'll take this. So thank you, Vice Mayor, for this slide. And I'll let you know that as part of AB 2097, which we've had prior conversations about, that's that state law that exempts parking if you're within a half-mile radius of intersecting bus lines. And so we are actually examining that now. And we'll be looking at these lines. We'll take a look at this. Thank you for flagging this. It is something that we're actively doing right now as we prepare to implement 2097.
I think it's good just to know where we are actually.
I will note for the subject item, the ordinance that is before you, it is also about transit corridors, which is a different definition than AB 2097.
I understand. Thank you. And I really appreciate the work that you guys did on this. We have to follow law, state law, as unreasonable and convoluted as it is, and also going back and asking for clarity on some of the points that they have asked for. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. You can
okay. So these changes before us tonight are really in two categories. One is a number of refinements to what we had previously put forward. And then we got HCD comments in December of last year. In February, staff met with HCD staff to go over the places where we were proposing to address their requests, or they're seeking clarifications in some areas where we thought that what we were proposing was correct. And when did we give, I think it says following that discussion, staff provided detailed responses to the HCD letter. Do you know about what date that was, the staff written responses?
Yeah, so we met with them on February 3rd of this year, and then we provided the written response the following day on the 4th.
Okay, and so it's been 10 months and crickets.
Yeah, and we reached out a couple of times just to try to check in, see how it goes, and they've had some turnover from the people that we initially spoke with even. I got bounce back emails to talk to someone else, so we've still just been waiting to hear back from them.
Are other jurisdictions running into the same issues of not being able to get response from HCD staff that we know of?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. Just you don't know, or you've heard and they're not having those problems?
No, I have not heard.
Okay, thanks. And then on the front yard setbacks in response to AB 2221, it seemed like the PowerPoint presentation maybe, and your comments made it a little more clear, are you saying that there's only a requirement to allow an ADU in a front yard with no setbacks if they can't reasonably locate an ADU elsewhere on the property, either backyard or front yard? Or is it only that they could put it in the front yard at their discretion, and if they can't fit it with normal setbacks, they can intrude on those setbacks, which is...
Yeah, so our understanding is it's more of a last resort situation. And I think it'll be more obvious to staff when we receive an application for a project where we truly, just by the appearance of the organization or layout of the property, there's very limited ability to build anything maybe in the back of it, where you normally might have on a standard 6,000 square foot lot, a pretty decently sized rear yard space to build an ADU in.
So we don't have to allow, and your understanding is we don't have to allow a front yard ADU with no setback unless they can't fit it in the backyard, or they can't fit it in the front yard with a setback.
The former is our understanding.
Okay.
Yeah, and just to underscore our understanding, the law will, clearly the state is trying to advance, minimize the number of barriers for 800 square foot ADUs. And so it may be that we may see some further clarifications in the next legislative cycle on this particular point going forward. But this is our understanding, our read, including discussions with the city attorney's office.
Okay. And I didn't see any renderings of these different heights of units at different adjacencies. I take it we don't have those yet. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. When we start providing this to the public for them to actually submit ADUs, it is examples?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, and it's my understanding that we had one member of the public who wanted to speak and was having computer problems. So if Mr. Kelly is still there, he's welcome to go ahead and comment at this time. And if any,
can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Burt. I was actually here and my microphone wasn't working, so I called in instead. I'd like to offer some comments which, given the questions from the council, are pretty different from the questions that have been asked by the majority of the council. So I do appreciate the ability to speak tonight to you, Mayor Burt, to you, Vice Mayor Koo, and to the other council members. I would say that if there's one thing to keep in mind at the very beginning, it's that what the state has established is not a series of requirements, it's a state of minimal requirements. And I would ask that all of you take your attention back to, I think it was early 2020 or perhaps late 2019, when the first large set of 2019 amendments to Government Code Section 6585.2.2 were enacted, in particular to subsection D1. If I recall correctly, I think it was Director Late who at that time advocated that the council simply not restrict the liberalization of the garage requirements to units that were within a half mile of walking distance of public transit. And I think that was wise at that time, and I would encourage the council to abide by that wisdom in this case as well. If you have different standards for different parts of the community, people are going to be confused and no one is going to be happy. Secondly, I would say that in an era when the council is investing in a crosstown shuttle and many forms of multimodal transportation are coming online, it just doesn't make any sense to say that the only standard for our community should be whether one can walk within a half mile to a major transit stop or to, a high-speed rail corridor. The same is true for people who can, run to transit, who ride their bicycles to transit, who take electric scooters or other things to transit. More and more transit's becoming accessible to all of us. And I would also say, as to that part of the proposed ordinance, that if you do what I think you're going to do, you're simply going to encourage continued disparities between larger and smaller houses in Palo Alto. And Councilmember Stone, I think you'll be enacting a standard which will not result in greater production of ADUs for rental. Those ought to be, and those are most likely to be, detached ADUs. I would also like to speak briefly to this question about the front setbacks. I think staff is well aware that HCD is able to provide and perhaps even eager to provide technical assistance in advance, rather than relying on your own interpretation of what this front setback language is supposed to mean. I would encourage you to talk with the HCD up front and perhaps put an end to these continued cycles where we enact an ordinance which really isn't in keeping with what the state law means, and then we get into further rounds of disagreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll now return to council and entertain motions. Councilmember Cormack.
I'll move the staff report.
Staff recommendation. Yeah. Okay. I will second it. And do we have any further discussion? Did you want to speak to your motion?
Briefly, I appreciate the member of the public calling in, but I don't think it's probably productive to make any of those motions at this time. It's interesting reading these. I feel like this is going to be a full employment act for planners and the attorneys who work on them, and I hope that everyone takes what I would say a learning mindset to this. It's just inevitable that we'll make mistakes and we'll find corner cases, and we're just going to have to continue to improve it and refine it as we go. And hopefully people will think about the equity consideration going forward.
Yeah, and I would just add that we have a combination of changes that are ones that we embrace, others that in terms of adjacency to other properties and such. And before we look at expanding it further, I think we want to go through that learning process. I do think that the changes that have already occurred in ADUs over the last couple of years are having an accelerating adoption, and we're now seeing junior ADUs become more and more adopted. And I don't think we've done, we and others haven't done a strong enough case to explain to folks and show them the economics of a junior ADU being far lower cost in most circumstances than a senior ADU, and therefore being real advantageous to a lot of homeowners who may not want to go through the high expense of a detached senior ADU. So in any event, I see no more comments. So would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Councilmember Filsa.
Yes.
Mayor Burt. Yes. Councilmember Du Bois.
Yes.
And Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, that concludes item number 10. Thank you. So we're now on to item number 11, which is approval of a response to the grand jury report entitled, "If You Only Read the Ballot, You're Being Duped." City Attorney Stump, would you like to?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Vice Mayor and council members. We don't have a presentation on this item. The draft proposed response to the grand jury is before you printed in your packet. I can add that we have, in my office, coordinated with other cities who were asked to respond similarly to the grand jury report, and we believe while everyone's response is in some respects unique to their city and in their own voice, what we have proposed here for the city's response is in alignment with what the other jurisdictions are also doing with this report. And we're here to answer any questions you may have or hear your comments and feedback. Thank you.
Okay. So before our discussion, do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? We see no one has signed up to speak on it, so we'll now return to the council. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Bird, and thanks to the city attorney and her staff for putting together, I think, a very thoughtful and clear response. I see no reason to review it. I did just want to make a comment about the grand jury's interest in this topic, which I think is well-deserved in this county. We only have to look to Valley Water's measure earlier this year, which, you can use the word duplicitous or deceitful or choose another D word, but I think it's understandable that the grand jury would be interested in this topic. I don't feel that, the wording that we have used is dupes anybody. And just public service announcement, everyone should read the whole text. That's why we send that big old pamphlet out to everybody. So I appreciate the time that's been taken on this. And when the mayor's ready, I'll be happy to move the staff recommendation.
Why don't you go ahead at this time?
I'll be happy to move the staff recommendation.
Okay. I will second it. And did you want to speak further to your motion?
No, thank you.
I would just add that it's not common that I've seen a grand jury report trying to be so clever in their title, but I think the grand jury report itself is misleading in title because in the case that of the ballot measure that we were one of a number that have used similar language, and it's very common language, and I don't find it ambiguous, not in the ballot measure and certainly not in the subsequent explanations of the ballot measure. They're right in the ballot voter pamphlet and in the arguments and counter arguments. I think it was very disappointing that the grand jury really, I think, overstepped in their characterizations. I will note that I was not in favor of the language that Valley Water used to extend their term limits, but it was pointed out to me that it was the exact same language as the County Board of Supervisors had used just a few years before without much criticism. In that case, I don't agree with the language that either of them used, but the Valley Water language was less of an outlier than many of us had assumed. So I think that I would argue that if you read the grand jury report without reading our response, you maybe were duped. And on that note, Vice Mayor Coop.
Thank you, Madam Attorney, for the report and for the response. I will be supporting this motion. I just wanted to add that at a time when the state is usurping all of the local jurisdictions, local controls, and invading our home rules, it'd be really not wise to reduce our local control by shifting authority to a government entity. And that is not accountable to Palo Alto residents. So yes, I think that there is some perhaps misunderstanding or misperception by the grand jury of how we wrote our ballots. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
I disagree with my colleagues on this one. I actually feel that the grand jury was spot on in terms of their assessment. I said it actually during our discussion of the ballot measures. One of the things on the ballot measure says that we'll lose like 911 service, or implies that, which clearly is not true. If whether this thing had passed or not, it's not like our 911 service would have gone away. And it has other things in there which are somewhat, in my mind, exaggeration. And I think that what we should be doing is we should just be presenting the facts. And if, let's say, for instance, these ballot measures are going towards employee raises, we should just say that, right? And let the public decide. If there really is a dire emergency, like, lights really going to go out, or we're not going to respond to fires, or we're going to, really not be able to staff our 911. And if that really was true, then yeah, okay, that's probably fair language. But that is not what is really happening here. So I feel that we could have been more straightforward about what's on the ballot measure than we were.
Councilmember Filsath.
Yeah, question for staff. During the course of this, did the grand jury contact our legal department and ask for input on this, or did they?
No, not during their research period. The grand jury would typically get any legal guidance that they felt they needed from the county council, because the grand jury is organized under the auspices of the Superior Court, which is a county level function. But it is often the case that jurisdictions who are going to be asked to respond, various officials are invited to come in and speak with the grand jury and provide testimony. And to my knowledge, that did not occur in this case.
No, just looking at, because the previous one, that the issue that the grand jury was sort of disagreed with the city on was, a different city a couple months ago where they alleged misconduct on the part of certain council members, but they never talked to anybody in the city, and those council members either. So just curious. Thanks.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, wanted to note, I think we have a hat trick on the same people making motions and seconds tonight. So I want to ask now if I could make the motion on the next item ahead of time. Partially kidding. I think people that are very passionate about issues tend to apply for the grand jury. And, I just urge people to consider participating in the process. I think the more people that participate on the grand jury, the better. And I'll be supporting the motion.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I support the motion. I completely agree with Councilmember Cormack that I think this topic was a very important one. After this year, I think there were some bad actors in the county, but I really disagree with Councilmember Tanaka's view that this was until ended by voters. I mean, that's neither misleading nor ambiguous. And I think any reasonable voter reading that phrase is going to understand that this measure created a tax to be collected in perpetuity until voters make the decision to end it. And logic would dictate that they would end it the same way they initiated, which was a vote by the people. And so I challenge Councilmember Tanaka or the grand jury or anyone, like what would have been the better phrase to use there than until ended by voters. I think this was the proper way to go. I understand for some who never wanted to see Measure L pass in the first place are going to find criticism in the language, but I think staff did a good job here. I also concur with staff's denial that we should submit ballot language beforehand to county council. I mean, this council has expressed our city's interest in maintaining local control, and that applies to both local control against the state taking it as well as the county taking it. And so I think it is it's important for us to be able to have that ultimate control over our ballot language. So I think the recommendations where, I appreciate the grand jury doing the work they do is important. I agree with Councilmember Du Bois. People should get involved, but I think they missed it here, and I think the recommendations are unnecessary and inconsistent with our stated values. So I'll be supporting the motion.
Councilmember Tanaka, were you seeking to speak again?
Yeah, actually, Councilmember Stone wanted me to respond, so I was going to respond to his question. So, so I have the ballot measure open up in front of me right now. So Measure K says the funds were for public safety, affordable housing, rail cross safety, homeless services, and so how much of our funds are really going to go towards that versus, let's say, employee raises this year, as an example. You could read it several different ways. It could be read that if we don't do this, does that mean we're not going to have public safety? No, I think, of course, we're going to have public safety. It's not like we're going to get rid of it.
Are we off topic here?
Or you look at Measure L, right? On Measure L, it says it's going to fund 911 responses. So does it mean that we don't pass Measure L? 911 responses are not going to be funded? Of course not. We would still fund 911 responses. So that's what I'm referring to, is that if you read this literally, you can imply that if we don't pass Measure K or Measure L, that our 911 responses and our public safety isn't going to be funded, but that's really not true. It would still be funded.
Councilmember Cormack.
I just wanted to respond to Councilmember Du Bois. The mayor and I are sitting here. I see the lights. I'd love to have somebody else make the motion. Feel free. But in the absence of that, I'm just moving us forward.
Okay. So on that note, would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Vice Mayor Koo?
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
No.
Mayor Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Filsath?
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois?
Yes.
And Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember
Okay.
Tanaka voting no.
All right. So we are now moving on to item number 12. We're really rolling tonight. I'm sorry. No, it's only, we're good. Item number 12 is a colleague's memo from council members Du Bois, Koo, and Stone regarding whole home short-term rentals, and who among the authors of the colleague's memo would like to introduce it?
I can. Is it possible we take a break? We're like well ahead of schedule. I know there are people that wanted to talk to this item.
Okay, well, Councilmember Cormack had also asked for that. So since there are two of you, let's go ahead and take a break, a 10-minute break. We'll return at 7:55. Now reconvene on item number 12. Which is a colleague's memo from council members Du Bois, Koo, and Stone regarding whole home short-term rentals. Councilmember Du Bois, did you want to begin the discussion?
If I clear my screen, it's great. You guys see my screen?
Yes, we do.
Great. So first of all, appreciate getting to participate in a colleague's memo here at the end of my term, and want to thank Councilmember Stone, Vice Mayor Koo. And I hope this works with the delay. So meet Kathy. Kathy's a super host. She has 25 whole home rentals in Palo Alto, all available as short-term rentals. There's also several companies that are acting as super hosts. This one has 20 whole home rentals in Palo Alto. And I could go on and on. You can meet Christian and Dee and Farnez. At any time, there are several companies that are acting as super hosts. And you can go on to data services, you can search online. And there's a professional short-term stay industry that's well established. And I think one of the things to note about people with multiple hosts is they're likely to be running a business there and not living on the property. And pretty lucrative by charging a high daily rate. Even if the space isn't rented all the time, businesses can, they would under a long-term lease. And if you look at the data, the units that are rented frequently and recently, they're rented for an average of 144 days a year, $220 a night in revenue. That's about 30 in income. And yet Palo Alto, we prohibit short-term rentals. We prohibit rentals of less than 30 days. But the number pre-pandemic of unique places was around 900. Last time,
Councilmember Du Bois, Councilmember Du Bois,
in March, and it was definitely growing.
Can you hear me?
About 7.
Councilmember Du Bois, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Your bandwidth is breaking up a whole bunch. I don't know if you want to go off camera to try to be able to have your audio come through, and then maybe repeat what you went through the last minute.
Okay, well, if it's better, a lot of the information on the screen. I think one of the important points is about 75% of the things are whole home listings. Family shared listings, those aren't necessarily owner occupied. Those could be kind of bunk situations, of which we have several in Palo Alto. For vacancies.
Councilmember Du Bois, are you still on video?
It was estimated to be about 93 units in the first half. Yeah, I'm sorry. I am not. Are you seeing my screen?
We can now. You broke up again then. Go ahead again.
Yeah, apologies. Thanks for your patience. This was an information report that council got in September. It's our historic trend of rental vacancies. And 2022, we had 93 units in the first half of the year. And so if you compare that to 500 to 1,000 short-term rentals, we have almost an order of magnitude more short-term rentals than long-term rentals. And so the last time council looked at this was 7 years ago. It was early days. Many cities are on what I call version 2.0 of their ordinances. So I think the good news is there's a ton of examples out there that we can learn from on ordinances that didn't work, that were able to be kind of gotten around, and ordinances that do work. You know, you know, you can see the list of cities here. Even since we wrote the colleagues memo, New York City's passed new short-term rental ordinance, as well as Dallas has moved forward, voted to kind of end the practice of short-term rentals in Dallas. And I think one other interesting one is Berkeley, which actually charges a short-term rental TOT incremental tax that covers the cost of enforcement. So what about Kathy and these professional businesses? Like I said, it's big money. I think any policy change that council were to advance related to our need for housing is going to encounter some opposition from a motivated group of people. Some of the arguments that I've heard so far about why we shouldn't really have any oversight of short-term rentals is, well, not all of these short-term rentals will become long-term rentals. I think that's true, but some of them will. You know, short-term rentals are used by families that want to visit people at the hospital. I think some of that's true, but we also have a lot of business travel. We do have tourists. We do have people coming for events. You know, and the other one I've heard is I want to monetize my house while I'm on vacation. Maybe that's a valid issue that council wants to deal with. I'm not sure if it's an edge case, but we do have an issue. We hear from a lot of people that there are a lot of empty houses. So I think what we feel that council really needs to determine is, you know, as they go through its discussions, who's in favor of short-term rentals? Is it the Palo Alto community, or is it a small group of professionals? How is it impacting our local hotels? And then we have this kind of conflict of our values, if you will, that we prohibit short-term rentals. We're struggling to add housing, yet we don't enforce our ban on short-term rentals, and we collect TOT tax. And so we're really asking the council to consider looking at how we could align our ordinances and enforcement with our values, whatever we decide those values are. And so I hope I'm coming through. You know, what we're really asking from council is that they would refer a discussion to policy and services to look at specific recommendations on short-term rentals, that we would either, you know, enforce our current ban on short-term rentals and update our penalties, or that we would update the ordinance to perhaps allow an owner-occupied short-term rental, and that we would establish kind of registration and enforcement requirements. And so in the short term, I think policy and services could look at including short-term rentals in our rental registry, because these are rentals. For the multi-listing professionals, we could consider requiring them to register as businesses. There are a lot of vendor offerings out there that really make it much easier to enforce rental ordinances. There's several examples provided in the colleagues memo, but they can do things. They correlate data. They can work with Google Maps to actually locate properties. They can also help verify residency through automating submission of things like driver's licenses or utility bills or things that would show occupancy. And so, you know, I think staff has noted this could be a large resource effort. I do think there's a lot of vendors out there that could help ease that burden. And finally, you know, determine if we're more aggressive here, could we count some of this housing term based on those decisions data are enforcement. So it's a quick run through. I think both Councilmember Stone and Vice Mayor Q would like to make comments.
Vice Mayor Ku.
Thank you. I will speak to short-term rentals from the point of my profession. I'm a real estate agent. I also do property management, and I have worked on Airbnbs, short-term rentals. And I have to say that there has been time where I receive calls from neighbors that there is a big charter bus that had come in, and it's offloading a number of people into the house. And the noise levels are high. There's numerous cars parked on the street. There's loud music. It goes on into the night, and even though police are called, oftentimes it's very hard to disperse them. And the owner or the property manager is nowhere nearby, or whoever the company manager is nowhere there. In addition to that, during a sale of a property, there are disclosures that require the sellers to disclose that of any potential nuisances in the neighborhood. And I have seen enough disclosure packages to see that that most Airbnbs are considered, or short-term rentals are considered as nuisances. The other thing that we have to kind of consider is also, we're trying to live in a community and building community, right, within a neighborhood. And when a house is empty and people just drop in for a day or two, that's not building community. I know of 2 houses on my street, and they're not occupied often at all. For most nights, they're completely dark. And I think in a month, I've counted 5 days for one house. The other house, most days it's dark. So I really think that, we live in neighborhoods and we should be providing housing to people who needs housing, and for long-term, especially providing stability. So that's my point of view.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Stone. It's not even that late yet. It's not a good sign. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it was an honor working with the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Du Bois on your last colleague's memo here. So thank you for bringing this forward. To me, this recommendation addresses a lot of issues, from quality of life, as the Vice Mayor just discussed, to also public safety as well. But I think it is, to me, primarily a tool to add to our affordable housing toolbox. Is this a panacea? No, and nothing in this arena is, but it is low-lying fruit to be able to provide more housing in our community. And if we look at the impact that short-term rental units have had on housing markets across the world, the evidence is clear. It leads to lower housing supply and higher housing prices. Multiple studies and reports have been commissioned to study what have been called the Airbnb effect. And so, to quote one article titled "The Airbnb Effect on an Already High-Cost Shrinking Housing Market," said that the short-term rental industry has caused a housing shortage both in the United States and abroad, which have caused rent prices to skyrocket across major cities. And that article went on to conclude that the Airbnb effect, quote, comes as hosts convert long-term rentals for visitors, thus decreasing an already short supply of housing. And our memo further goes on to point out several examples across the country where short-term rentals have caused an increase in rent. So in New York City, for example, the city's comptroller's office published a report recently stating that the increase of Airbnb supply cost New Yorkers a total of $616 million in additional rent in 2016 as a result of price pressures. And in 2018, there were over 13,000 housing units lost to short-term rentals, which likely created a ripple effect across the city that likely increased rent an estimated $470 a year. Now, of course, New York, very different, but give us an example of just how this can have an impact on housing prices. Then there was a Forbes article titled "The Airbnb Effect on Housing and Rent Compared to Short-Term Rentals compared short-term rentals to gentrification. And that article from Forbes stated, the Airbnb effect is to some extent remarkably similar to gentrification in that it slowly increases the value of an area to the detriment of the indigenous residents, many of whom are pushed out due to financial constraints. Another study, Harvard Business Review, found that short-term rentals have a detrimental impact on housing stock by encouraging landlords to remove their properties off the long-term rental market and for sale market and place it into the short-term rental market. And then one more, I promise, another US study by the Social Science Research Network titled The Effect of Home Sharing on House Prices and Rents, Evidence from Airbnb, found that only a 1% increase in Airbnb listings led to a 0.018% increase in rents and 0.026% increase in housing prices. So I know it's a lot of data, a lot of studies. Kind of my point here is that there is a clear display that short-term rentals are negatively impacting housing supply, increasing housing prices, and these are two things that everyone, at least in Palo Alto, I mean, there's oftentimes so much division on housing debate. These are two things that we can all agree on is a true housing crisis in Palo Alto and across the region, across the state. So this memo helps address some of that. This memo supports affordable housing goals. And so simple as that, why I signed on and hope my colleagues will as well tonight. Thank you.
All right, so before going into council discussion, now that we've heard from the authors of the memo, why don't we go to the members of the public and then we'll go into council discussion. So our first speaker is Jane Stone. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak. Ms. Stone, you're welcome to begin.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. No relation to Greer Stone. I've lived in Palo Alto for more than 50 years and I've owned my condo in a small complex in Midtown for 30 years. I'm very opposed to the short-term rentals, and I have direct experience with it because a vacation rental shares a wall with me in my condo complex. And the experience has been detrimental to our complex's sense of community. It's very disconcerting having strangers living next door, sequentially in quick succession. And also there are ways that it's detrimental to the city, I believe. The unit in question in our complex is leased from the owner by Zeus Living, and the owner lives in another state. Zeus Living furnishes it, totally cleans it, and provides some of the supplies to the people who sublease it through Zeus. It operates it as a vacation rental, and it does have a provision for not less than 30 days, but often it is 30 days. Sometimes it's just a few months, and rarely it's more than a few months. The owner is not given any information about who's currently renting it. So when a problem occurs, the volunteer board of directors has more work to do. I'm the president of the volunteer board of directors. And we had, for example, a situation where the irrigation system in the tenant's backyard was leaking. They didn't know who to call. We couldn't reach the owner to find out how to turn it off, and the Zeus Living was not responsive right away. We've also had problems with noise and with stacks of garbage being left for weeks in the carport. Also, the people who are here temporarily from out of state don't know about our drought and are not motivated to conserve water. So that's bad for the city. And they're also contaminating the recycling bins by putting things in there that aren't recyclable and adding non-garbage things to the garbage. So I urge you to defeat or not allow this. Thank you.
And our next speaker is Winter. Welcome.
With somehow a new assigned last name. I don't know what it is about my name. So I'm really happy that those of you who have written this colleagues memo and that there'll be further discussion on this. I do think Airbnbs need to tighten up regulation. In Barron Park, where I live, we have some clusters of Airbnbs on some streets. And one of the things that I became more conscious of when I was going around dropping leaflets during this last campaign, I was really taken aback by the numbers of homes that were uninhabited. And, you know, those of us that live around here, we know of a couple of ghost houses. Yeah, sure. But I didn't realize that there were a greater number of unoccupied homes. Well, maybe a couple people were away, but there were homes that were clearly, seriously, people not living in them. And I came across one place with my husband that was an Airbnb house that there was a sign out in front, don't park here. It was kind of a long, low house and all in front. No one supposedly was allowed to park so that all the Airbnb people could park, which of course had no force in law because it was on the street. But apparently all the neighbors had been trained to not park there so that the Airbnb folks could park. And it seems to have had some effect in my neighborhood on Military Way. There apparently is kind of a cluster of Airbnbs. So I would really like it if we could get this better in hand. I do think it affects our community. I don't think that that is good. There surely is some sort of balance. And I think we should balance it out much more in favor of the community rather than the private interests. So thank you so much for taking the time to do this. And thank you, Council Member Stone, for bringing in that factual information in those studies.
Thank you. We'll now return to the council. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Byrd. I have a question for staff. People are alleging that people have no idea what to do if something's going on with their neighbor. What happens when someone's concerned about an Airbnb? Is there a number they can call? Do we have code enforcement who works on this?
Let me ask Director Late to respond from a code enforcement perspective.
Let's see, here we go. Well, can you hear me? For some reason,
Yes.
I can't,
Yes.
yeah, I'm working.
Yep.
Okay. So yes, code enforcement is the answer. They would call code enforcement. We would send our folks out there, send a notice, and try to obtain voluntary compliance. Somebody who does Airbnb, though, that's kind of a hard case for us to follow up on. They may have compliance for a period of time, and unless we get another call, within a certain period of time, we're our ability to cite and really change that behavior, I would say, is somewhat limited. Some people get the notice and they say, "I'm sorry, I didn't realize it wasn't allowed," and they discontinue it. But have heard in the presentation, probably would not be as discouraged by our code enforcement efforts.
Okay, thanks for that. I was really surprised to read this colleague's memo. I don't think it's simple, and I think there might be some disagreement about how we should move forward here. I am not denying that there's some bad actors. First thing that I want to get out there, but I'm perplexed about the data in our own community. I'm hearing some anecdotes, but not an issue in our national community survey. And I know my colleagues care about that and have insisted that we run it every year, but certainly haven't seen it come up there. In 4 years of reading all of my email and office hours, it wasn't until this came up I've received precisely one email in favor of making changes. And then, of course, all of us received, I think, a really pretty persuasive email from someone in College Terrace who indicated that if we prohibit these things going forward, that it's not likely to, create housing, which is, the statement in here. I do know families, and it's not just that what people say. There are families who come here and need to be here for a short period of time to be at the hospital. And they do need an extra room for their kids, and they do need a kitchen, and they do need the ability to do laundry. We have people who live here who spend a few months out of the year elsewhere visiting family, or same thing for other reasons, could be medical. And I think if we remove this option, we're really going to be limiting the people who live here and the people who have, really a pretty legitimate need to come here. I don't think we are a tourist destination like some of the examples provided: New York City, Paso Robles, Burlington, Vermont. We don't have a ski resort. We don't have Broadway shows, and I don't think we have too many wineries. I think the one that's called Palo Alto or Page Mill isn't in our city limits. So I don't feel that this is a priority for council, and I'm concerned about how much time this is going to take for staff. Finally, I do want to say that from a process standpoint, I find this concerning. It's really late in the calendar year, and it's really late in the legislative session in terms of our terms for what is a non-urgent problem. It is unusual to see advocacy for a specific company in a colleague's memo. This colleague's memo is 100 pages, and I'm particularly concerned about what I see as overly detailed recommendations to policy and services. So, not convinced that this is going to change housing or change the cost of housing. I think it will be more difficult for some people who live here. And I think it will be much harder for some people who want to come here for a short period of time. I would certainly have been open to something narrower addressing bad actors, but I don't see that as what this is.
Well, I'll go ahead and wade in. I would say that we don't have good local data because we haven't accumulated good local data. But we are seeing a good number of studies that have been accumulating in recent years, a number of which Councilmember Stone cited, and they seem to be confirming a lot of anecdotal experience that I think has been cited and is generally on target. I'm not for being overly restrictive. I think that there's a couple of ways in which we can attempt to balance these needs. One is that to be liberal on allowing rentals where there's an owner occupant. And that means if someone, if folks are empty nesters and they have a 4-bedroom home and 3 bedrooms they rent out, they can do that. If they've even have a junior ADU, they can rent out the junior ADU or rent out the main home as long as they're there. So I think those kinds of directions strike a good balance where we have an owner occupying. I think that we'll have greater responsibility toward the conduct. Those circumstances, overwhelmingly so. And so I think that hits a number of the issues, both allowing people to continue to have revenue and from renting rooms while not having neighborhoods become in the middle of the hotel business. And then I think that the other thing is if we have a monthly rental exemption, basically, if someone rents for over a month, they would not be subject to any restrictions in this regard. Also, I think that it is important that we don't undermine our local hotel industry that has invested in our community, has gone through tough times, and they diligently pay our transient occupancy tax. I've even heard from one of the hotel owners who is an extended stay hotel who was very worried that they were getting bookings that were over the summer on high volumes of bookings that were exceeding 30 days, and consequently the city was not going to receive that local tax, and that kind of concern for the well-being of the community is commendable, and I think we want to support our hotel industry. So I don't think that I would want to be overly prescriptive in what to direct the Policy and Services Committee to do with this referral, but I think the general guidelines of the referral are correct and appropriate. We've seen enough evidence that in other communities where legislative bodies have learned from the experience and have tweaked their ordinances and have moved forward with more refined short-term rental regulations. And we do have this inherent conflict that we don't allow short-term rentals legally. We turn a blind eye and accept their transient occupancy tax. And I think that's inherently wrong to take that approach, and we should simply clean it up and figure out what we allow and be above board with that. So Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so thanks guys for bringing this up. I've actually had a few office hours on this topic, but what's interesting is that I probably have just as many people complain about Airbnbs or just bad neighbors in general, as well as Airbnbs. So I don't know if it's a good neighbor issue or it's an Airbnb issue. So I live in College Terrace, and I've seen lots of different perspectives on this. So there's on my street, there's 2 Airbnbs. One of them, the people that rent it, also tend to be really good. I mean, I've never, no real complaints ever that I could think of. There's another Airbnb, fortunately a little bit further from my house, that's driving my other neighbors crazy. And I get complaints from them all the time about this other Airbnb. But vice versa, there's also a rental on the backside of me on the next street over. And it's not Airbnb, but my God, they have like crazy parties all the time. And it has nothing to do with Airbnb. It has to do with who's managing it. And so I do wonder, is this really dealing with, I think the crux of the issue really is, are they being a good neighbor or not? Are they being intrusive into their other neighbors or not? I think that's what we need to deal with. And I think that is a problem because I've heard it from lots of different people, but I've heard it not just from Airbnbs, but I've heard it from Airbnbs as well as non-Airbnbs. So, and I'm pretty open to my office hours, and it's not like I'm only hearing from one side. I'm trying to hear from everyone. And then on the flip side, I know quite a few. I don't know the people that wrote to us, but I know a few other folks who have either rental properties or Airbnbs. And so I'm a little bit mixed on this because, there's some people in Palo Alto who they'll be willing to do an Airbnb because maybe their kid will be home for, the summer But if they had to do a simple long-term rental, they simply wouldn't rent it out, right? So I wonder if, kind of given the Palo Alto demographics, whether by making it very difficult to do short-term rentals, whether some people, because they could afford to. I mean, I think that's kind of the situation we're in our city, is that some people can simply afford to just not rent it out, right? So that housing stock is actually lost. And so I do wonder if by giving up this flexibility, whether we are going to see less housing in our city, because some of the landlords in our city really, if it's easy for them, they'll do it. But if it's too hard and if it's too inflexible or too onerous, they're simply not going to do it. They'll just leave it vacant. And I think we all would agree that we don't need more vacant properties in our city. I think we could use the tax that they would pay. And so I am not sure about this. I'm just looking at my own anecdotal. I don't have a conclusive proof of this, but I've looked at my own kind of area. And in College Terrace, some of you guys don't know, but College Terrace is kind of a peninsula into Stanford, right? One side it's Stanford University, the other side is Stanford Housing, the other side is Research Park. So we're kind of like a peninsula in Stanford, all three areas. And we're a site of a lot of short-term housing, because a lot of people come here for the Stanford Medical School or Stanford University as a postdoc or whatever, and they're only here for 3 months or something which really short-term. And so because of the university, the short-term rentals are kind of in demand. Because of that, I agree. We don't have a ski resort. We don't have Disneyland. We don't have that kind of stuff. We have people here who are here usually for some sort of academic purpose. And so so having long-term leases or getting rid of the Airbnbs might make it actually tougher in terms of getting housing for people that are here. And I think a lot of people who are going to grad school at Stanford are fairly, they tend to be people who are fairly studious, right? And I don't think they're like people we don't want in our community. These are people who are fairly well educated, I think. So anyways, I'm seeing this from lots of different perspectives. I also know another perspective where I know a widow and she has rentals, and it's easier to do an Airbnb versus having to do all the administration with a rental. So I don't know. I think it's somewhat of a complex problem, because I think our city, because of our demographics, is different than maybe other cities where it's more of a vacation resort, like a beach town or something like that. So I just think we have to be cautious here. But I think we do have our issue with people not being good neighbors. And I think that has to be dealt with better. But that has nothing to do with Airbnb. That has to just do with the fact that there's some people in our city who do not really respect their other neighbors. And I think we want to address that. And that's the crux of the issue in my mind.
Councilmember Phil Seth.
Yeah, well, yeah, thanks. And the presentation and the surrounding material was pretty interesting. It seems to me that the feedback on and the input on this kind of has two distinct buckets. There's one side of this, which is the question of, do these short-term rentals have an adverse impact on housing affordability in Palo Alto? And then there's the other side, which is, are some of these things a public nuisance to their neighborhoods that's exacerbated by the fact you have sort of very transient people coming through that may not sort of have the same outlook on things that people are there for a long time. And those seem kind of distinct to me. And the material that Councilmembers Stone and Du Bois covered actually covers both those things. So I think, I think we should, if we're going to send this to Policy and Services, I think we should be clear about which one of those we want to be looked at, or both, right? That you could cover a lot of territory. The other thing that strikes me is that, we have an existing ordinance, and I bet the whole council for all of next year could argue back and forth about whether the existing ordinance is a good ordinance or a bad ordinance, right? And so we got to be practical about that. But one thing that's clear is that, there's not a lot of compliance with the existing ordinance. So that would be my wish list if it goes to Policy and Services. I think we ought to compartmentalize the discussion about whether we're talking about short-term rentals impact on housing prices in Palo Alto versus a small subset of which have adverse impacts on their neighborhoods, and how do we deal with that? And then the third thing is, how can we get better compliance with the existing ordinance? So those are the three things. If it goes to PNS, that would be my dream. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, so I'd like to go ahead and make a motion. If Leslie put it up on the screen. And so the idea is to keep it extremely general, that we would, ask the Policy and Services Committee next year, make specific recommendations. They would either look at, how we could better enforce our current ban on short-term rentals, or that we would update the ordinance to allow owner-occupied short-term rentals and establish registration enforcement requirements. Actually, this one, sorry, Leslie. Yeah, it's a little bit different than what I sent you. I don't know if you have, let me see, maybe I sent you the wrong one. It's generally the same motion. I'm going to send you an updated one. Just soften some of the language here that we would consider including short-term rentals in our current registry efforts. That we would, consider whether professional hosts should be part of the business registry. So yeah, I don't know if there's a second for that, or if you want to wait to get the new one up.
Second.
That's seconded by Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Councilmember Stone. So just a few quick comments. I first wanted to clarify, we're not advocating any particular vendor. We did use some public materials to provide background. There are multiple vendors out there with data services. Again, I think Councilmember Phillips characterized it well. There's kind of these two issues, impact on the housing market and, the nuance factor, if you will. I did have several people come up to me with short-term rental challenges, and people are often very distraught. They're really not sure what to do. And, code enforcement is challenged. So some of these vendor offerings, they use data to streamline enforcement, and they generate enforcement letters with and attach supporting data. So, it'd be managed by staff, but it would automate a lot of the code enforcement work. Like, here's the proof, here's the house, here's the listing. You violated X, Y, and Z. And again, the motion here is really to have the new council consider the issue and the options. And it's important to be really clear. We don't allow rentals under 30 days today. And so I appreciate what Mayor Burt said about, we should clean this up. It's really, I don't think it's right to really try to have it both ways. Councilmember Tanaka talked about short-term rentals as lost housing stock. I would call it lost hotel space. We are a high demand area. People do come here for many reasons, whether it's 49er games or conferences. But our hotels are still recovering. Our room rates are still way down. And so I hope my colleagues will just support PNS doing the detailed work and coming back to council next year with recommendations. Thanks.
Councilmember Stone, did you want to speak to your second?
Yeah, briefly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think Councilmember Du Bois covered a lot of it. Just want to reiterate, we're not making a decision here. There seems to be a lot of discussion tonight around maybe what are some unintended consequences of this? How does the community feel? I haven't heard many people complimenting kind of the current practice of Airbnb, but others may be, and that's fine. I mean, again, this now pushes it to Policy and Services to really dive into these policy questions, open it up more for community discussion at that point. So we're not locking ourselves in here. I think I I'm fine. I mean, I think the mayor was talking about preferring the owner occupied short-term rental as an exception. You know, I'm fine with that, but also fine with, we want to just move this forward with giving that option to. I think I heard some discussion tonight from some council members kind of questioning the impact that this ban will have on housing stock and housing prices. But I did quite a bit of research coming into this meeting. We all had knowledge that this was going to be on the agenda tonight. We all had the capability of doing research this evening coming into this meeting, and I wasn't able to find studies that would support that short-term rentals are good for housing stock and good for housing prices. I mean, well, good if you want increased housing prices, not good if we're trying to address an affordable housing crisis. This gives us more of an opportunity to be able to look into that. And I agree with Councilmember Du Bois as well. Sure, we might not be a traditional tourist town, but I mean, we have one of the most venerable universities. Stanford University across the street brings in a lot of visitors. Go read Levi Stadium. Like to put a shout out that in 2026, now that's the World Cup, we're going to have the World Cup here and games being played at Levi Stadium. So, there are a lot of things that draw people to Palo Alto, and agree with the mayor's point as well that on the hotel issue, I think this is a piece of equity as well, and trying to help them out. So I think all around this is beneficial for the community, but I understand my colleagues who might be a little concerned about making a decision tonight. We're not making a decision tonight. We're pushing this to policy and services for a deeper dive. I think the community deserves that.
Vice Mayor Koo.
Thank you for the motion and the second. Mayor Burt actually hit the nail on the head when he said that we have no good local data. And with this, we cannot really say that there is little problem or no problem. I know for a fact that code enforcement cannot get everywhere. And even on noise, it's hard to do. So we do need to kind of look into this a little bit more deeper and basically, really not put our head in the sand. What we don't know, we don't know. It's actually finding the ability to monitor and to have inspections, to make sure that the short-term rentals have a higher level of accuracy and usability, and make sure that we regulate the rental host and ensure their compliance in their area. And, really look at how long are they really booked for before the guests arrive. So there's also, in terms of registration, compliance, there's also collection of funds, and also having, coming up with a way in order to ensure that we're able to address adverse impacts, as council members Philsef said, in the neighborhoods. So this is a discussion. This is moving it as a referral to policy and services for a discussion, and to have policy and services come back with some discussion points as well as recommendations. It's not, I really think that, with our housing crunch, we need to look into this. With the state bearing down on us on these unfunded mandates and forcing cities to build housing, we need to look at our housing stock and make sure that they're utilized in a meaningful way. Thank you.
Councilmember Cormack.
I certainly wish the colleagues memo that the mayor and I brought forward on the supply guarantee for water had received this level of interest. There's some strong statements made tonight about how the community deserves to have some more information, and all we're doing is referring this. And I find that those are usually valid arguments, but they seem applied only in certain circumstances, which I find disappointing. I don't understand this motion. The first sentence doesn't make sense, and I don't know who's supposed to recommend. And there's 2 A's in option 1. Councilmember Du Bois, is this read exactly as you intended? The clerk has been making a lot of changes.
The council refer discussion to policy and services to make specific recommendations regarding short-term rentals.
Who's recommending an option? Are we supposed to pick one? Or are you suggesting that policy and services? There's 2 A's.
Yeah, it should be A or B. Thank you.
So again, are we supposed to choose that tonight, or is that what you want policy and services to do?
So we want policy and services to do.
Okay. Can I ask staff how, I'm looking at 2C. It seems highly unusual to me that we would be asking a council standing committee to make a budget and vendor decision. Any thoughts on whether it should be appropriate to include this in the motion, or if that comes later in the process with staff input?
From a staff perspective, we would assume it would come later in the process because we wouldn't be able to define the vendor role for the purpose of, as described here, evaluating offerings. I would read as doing some form of procurement. And so we wouldn't be in a position to do a procurement until we have some clarity on A or B.
All right, then I'll ask the maker and the seconder if they'd be willing to delete 2C.
So I think, Ed, yeah, maybe it's worded strongly, wasn't to do the procurement, but I think part of the staff resourcing challenge, I think it'd be more to understand the staffing and what would be possible using, technology or software. So maybe you would weakening this to be more of just either a review or
it's considering again, the term vendor offerings may be a little too specific, but it's consider technology and
opportunities, I think is the word you're looking for.
Yep.
That works. Yep, that's the intent.
Fine with me.
All right, and then what, first of all, so 2 and 3, are you referring to a time frame for policy and services to do this work, or are you referring to rentals themselves?
Generally for the policy and services and the council, just to say that it could be split up into phases. And I mean, obviously, I think deciding on an ordinance update and enforcement would come later. So maybe the phrases short-term, long-term aren't really meaningful here. Just to say that there'd be phases.
I can imagine it'd be confusing to someone reading this. They might think that this refers to the rentals themselves. I don't understand 2D. I'm not sure that that was referenced in the colleague's memo.
I believe it was.
How do we get RENA credit for long-term housing?
I think the question is if because of this, we create more long-term housing units, can we get credit for that?
Don't those already count? They're housing units that we have.
They're not long-term housing, they're short-term housing. So again, our inventory of rental units is much lower. It doesn't seem to count the short-term rental units.
I'm still pretty concerned about this. I don't think I've ever seen this level of detail to a standing committee. And I think the thing I'm most concerned about is that you're insisting that they choose between one of those 2 options. So I will restate that I believe they're bad actors, and I think we should be working on those, but I am not interested in giving this level of detail to policy and services because I just think that staff has so many things to work on that would make a bigger impact.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So to the maker, 2B, I'm not sure what you mean by for business tax. The current business registration tax that was just approved by the voters will not cover this activity because there's a, I think, 10,000 foot exemption. So we can control through an ordinance is voter adopted. And so we don't have flexibility to change what it applies to. If you mean that you want to explore putting something new before the voters, then this makes sense. Otherwise, I'm not sure that it does.
I thought we were, no, it's really referring to the update of the business registry process. I thought that was part of, as part of implementing the business tax, we would be updating our business registry process.
So you might want to think on how to reword that in a more clear manner.
Yeah. You could just, let's see, you could just drop the for the business tax. Does that work, Molly?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so you're referring to those who really are making a business out of this, having multiple listings that they manage or own.
Right, and I don't have the business registry requirements on the top of my head, but I believe that Ms. Nose has previously said that including this type of activity would perhaps require an amendment to our business registry because it doesn't currently fall under the standards. So that's something that the staff would have to explore. Also, the rental registry, it's not really a direct fit with this activity. There may be some overlap, some areas of non-overlap. So that's both of those processes would potentially need to be revised in ways that would perhaps not only apply to this type of activity, but also other type of activity that meet those same factors.
Yeah. So Councilmember Du Bois, just in the preamble there where it says Policy and Services Committee to make specific recommendations regarding short-term rentals, and then it has all this list. That seems like we'd be directing Policy and Services Committee not only to evaluate the prospect of making these recommendations, but to necessarily make recommendations along these lines. And so I would feel more comfortable with in that preamble to have policies to evaluate short-term, making specific recommendations, including. Is that acceptable?
Yeah, it is. To evaluate specific recommendations regarding short-term rentals, including blah, blah, blah. Okay.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes.
If I might also make a follow suggestion, Councilmember Du Bois, as you're noting, the short-term, long-term perhaps is not operable here. It seems as though the items in number 2 are really considerations in recommending the options described in number 1. So it could be stated as recommend an option A or B with consideration to the following, something to that effect. So replace, yeah. I was just suggesting replace short-term with consideration to the following.
Yeah, so number 2, nope, not there. Yeah. Nope, where it says short-term with consideration of the following. And then should we just get rid of longer term and make that E and F?
I think that seems good. Is that better?
I think it provides clarity. Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Tanaka.
So I want to ask staff, because I think there are ordinances that we have in our city, like littering, for instance, and we have idling, right? In fact, I don't know if we ever cited anyone for idling their car too much. But I know that we have issues with issuing citations if someone litters for a variety of reasons, a lot of them being manpower. How would we go about how do you guys, let's play this forward. How does staff envision actually enforcing all of this?
Well, Councilmember, I think it does depend on the overall framework that is ultimately recommended here and how difficult it would be to enforce. It could range again from a simple and prohibition to a more of a regulatory scheme, each of which requires differing levels of active enforcement.
But how do we enforce, so let's say for instance, the current short-term rental ban? How does the city even make that happen?
Well, I think as was noted earlier, it's currently a prohibition and as such handled as a code enforcement matter when specific addresses are reported.
And has that actually happened?
It does take great time. And also, I suspect it's fair to say that we're not able to capture all of the reports, certainly in a time frame with which the report, the calling party would like. Let me ask Mr. Lade to elaborate if I'm misstating that at all.
No, when we get complaints, we respond to every complaint. And, but, there are folks who will, continue to offer their residents through one of these vacation rentals. And we need another complaint based on our existing code enforcement staffing, which is really complaint driven at this point.
And Director Lade, how many complaints have we gotten last year or this current year?
Gosh, I can have that number for the council. I don't have that at my fingertips right now.
Okay. The thing that so I think what this is trying to solve, and the problem that's trying to solve, I agree with, which is trying to prevent bad neighbors, right? Like when we have neighbors who are holding outrageous house parties or, just a lot of unneighborly behavior. But I don't see anything in here about how to deal with that, because it's not just a short-term rental thing. Like there's a rental behind me, like I said, that is not an Airbnb. It's a long-term rental. But how do we address problems like that? Because I think that's the bigger issue, is like people want to live next to good neighbors, and this is not addressing that. So shouldn't there be something in here about how to address that issue in a timely fashion? I don't know if the maker or seconder have any thoughts about that, but that's something that I think is more of a general problem that we have. I don't know if the maker could even hear me.
Oh, I can hear you. Again, I think there's not one solution. I think Councilmember Stone said that, but I think there is a difference between somebody living there long term versus coming there for a couple of nights. So may not solve your bad neighbor issue, but I think again that's one side of the coin is kind of the nuisance of short-term stays, but the other, I think the primary issue for me is the impact on housing.
Okay, because in my case, like the Airbnb that's next to me, it's actually no problem. It's really the long-term rental, and then the one there's actually an Airbnb down the street that is an issue, but not for me necessarily, but for someone else. But I think how do we give staff the power or the resources it needs to actually enforce this issue, this bad neighbor issue, whether it's long-term, short-term, or even for that matter, not even a rental, right? It's just I mean, I've also gone those issues where people are just complaining about a neighbor who's a homeowner and they're just like, some not great behavior. So how do we deal with that? Because I think that's the crux of what we're trying to talk about. I mean, short-term rentals, sometimes they're a problem, sometimes it's not. But there are bad neighborhood issues, and sometimes it takes forever for those things to get resolved. And I don't know if this is really addressing that.
Well, maybe under F, rather than say implement enforcement as required, we should include a referral to evaluate means.
Mental issues. It's just a bad neighborhood issue.
Well, the scope of this tonight is not about all bad neighbor issues. It's about short-term rentals.
And Mayor, C was really meant to be that. Again, there's quite a few technologies that streamline enforcement in a much easier way.
So that's about ways that I get it now, but maybe it should be evaluate enforcement mechanisms, including technology opportunities. Is that?
I mean, it's there. It's just a sentence flipped around.
No, it's not just about technologies for enforcement. It's mechanisms of enforcement. To evaluate.
To minimize costs and staffing and improve enforcement. But happy to make it clearer.
Yeah, I would suggest having C go evaluate means of enforcement, including technology opportunities, etc.
I'm okay with that. Are you okay with that, Greer?
Yeah, fine with me.
Okay.
So at C, if you could start the sentence with evaluate means of enforcement and opportunities to minimize costs by considering technology opportunities, period.
All right. I see. Sorry.
That's good. No.
I see no more lights, so I think we're ready to call the roll.
Vice Mayor Koo?
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois?
Yes.
Mayor Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
No.
Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Filsa?
Yes.
Councilmember Cormac?
No.
Motion carries 5-2.
Thank you. So that concludes item number 12, and we move on to our final item of council member questions, comments, and announcements. Vice Mayor Koo.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. Last week, the VTA Group 2 North County, which consists of the cities of Los Altos Hills, Mountain View, and Palo Alto, we had our elections for our board representative, the VTA Board of Directors representatives. Mayor Burt was elected unanimously to be our board representative, and Los Altos Councilmember Lynette Lee Ng was elected to be the alternate, also unanimously. Thank you.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Over the weekend, I got to, along with school board member-elect Shauna Siegel, toured the Pally Robotics Lab and got to meet the students doing there. They put on a great presentation about all the successes that they have had over the last year, not only in competitions, but one in particular that is not related to a robotics competition, I guess itself, but they have been working with Ability Path and have created this incredible piece of technology that won an award, a universal award it's far more complicated for me to be able to explain tonight, but it essentially through various kind of GPS tracking and other technology allows a person with limited sight or who is blind to be able to walk with this assisted technology, and it gives them signals of when an object is coming. I mean, for a high school project, I mean, let alone an MIT project, I mean, it blew my mind. So highly encourage any of you and anyone in the community to check out kind of what the Pally Robotics team is doing. There's something that we should all be really proud of, and very exciting what they're also doing for our local community and nonprofits through this partnership with Ability Path. And they're just starting with this technology. So also excited to see where that goes.
All right. Well, I'll just add that on Thursday morning, a number of us were able to attend the ribbon cutting of the Wilton Court Affordable Housing Project. And it was really great to see it come about and to meet some of the residents who adults with special needs, and they're really geared to support those residents. Also on Saturday evening was the annual Buena Vista Posada, and the rain stopped long enough for it to be able to go forward. It was a fine event, and we have an upcoming Buena Vista study session with the Housing Authority soon after the new year, as I recall. And lastly, this morning, the Committee on Advisory Group on the Future of Searsville Reservoir was reconvened. This has to be the longest running ad hoc committee in history. And unfortunately, it looks like it's many years before this project will be complete, but it is moving forward. This is the project to basically partially address the blockage of Searsville Dam that will enable fisheries migration upstream. It will basically punch a hole in the bottom of the dam that will gradually flush out the 100-year plus of accumulated sediment there, but there are a tremendous environmental analysis and regulatory approvals that will need to be made before they can even begin that construction process. So don't hold your breath for that happening in the next year or two. But it is proceeding. And on that note, I think we're ready to adjourn. Thank you.